we are back with another day of Stock Dads TV. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Lyle, good morning. Lar, Miss Mary Rose, Mr. Pass, good morning, everybody. Hope everybody had a good night. Give everybody a second to get in. We've got a big news event, 8:30. Hope everybody's doing well. Pouring rain today. About ready to build an ark. Morning, Darren. Excuse me. Ivan, good morning. All right, guys. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? Anything exciting? Minus 10 degrees Celsius. Jeez, Lyle. Stay warm, man. Stay warm. Spring's coming. All right. Okay, well, let's get started, guys. All right, so on news today, we do have CPI here at 8:30. Okay, that's a really big deal, especially with everything that's going on in the markets. So forecasting a 0.2 core, 0.3 month over month, 2.4 year over year. Now, because the base effect, this probably won't change much, the year over year. This is what everybody focuses on, but probably won't change a whole lot unless these come in way out of sorts. All right, so we'll see here about 13 minutes, 12 minutes. All right, and then this is going to be a big one too. Supposedly there's the largest draw ever coming from the strategic oil reserve. So we'll see. I don't know if you guys saw that news, but we'll see that crude oil inventory report there at 10:30. Definitely a big deal for crude oil. Okay, definitely a big deal for crude oil. I think President Trump speaking after the bell. Now, going into the rest of the week, we've got our normal unemployment claims tomorrow, and then we've got all this. We've got this catch-up PCE on Friday. Okay, and it's Friday the 13th, so heads up for that. Okay, so right in front of us, just 8:30 today. All right, and then 10:30 crude oil inventories. All right. That's the wrong button. Okay. Morning, Mr. Mika. Always a pleasure. Omar, good morning. RC, good morning. Okay, so let's get to it. We got a lot going on. All right. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, starting off on the VIX. Now, again, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. I have a feeling that TradingView, all your guys' contracts rolled over. So what you're going to look at here is just drawing from the levels that I tell you. Okay? So you're going to look at the specific current contract. I think it's, what is it? What's our current contract? We're going to look. Yeah, H. You're going to look at our specific H contract. Okay. So we're still on the continuous. We're still in these larger short setups, right? From our 44s down to our 15s. We traded into that. But what we haven't done, okay? I don't know if you guys can hear that rain. Jeez. From these longs, H for Henny. Okay. Very good. So from these 1580s, right? Just draw from 1580. That's all you're going to do on the continuing or on the new contract. Okay, draw from that level, 1580. These are what have held us up, right? And they're continuing to hold us up. Okay, there's number one, there's number two, there's number three, here's number four. Okay, so we traded into that resistance and we've fallen back down into that long setup. So that's just 1580 to 3020. Okay, So if you're on the new contract or on the specific contract, just draw from 1580 to 3020. Okay? I thought you were thinking like Hennessy there, Edward Niner. Now, when we zoom in and you're looking at this specific contract, you can see we haven't broken that long, that one I just drew up. We still need to break the 25s. Okay, 21.25 is the line in the sand. But if you look, this series that we were in on the way down broke. Okay, here was the pullback off of highs, right? Then we went into these extension shorts. Right there. Boom, 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 boom. Hit our target yesterday. Lifted back off our profit target at support. And then that next extension broke. Okay. So what we're watching here on the VIX is this pullback, okay, from lows to highs. All right. And you can see it's been front run actually, and it's defending. Now, so what's above us? Well, we're just looking at the halfway back. Okay. We're looking at the halfway back from highs. All right. As a potential area that could lead us back down. Now we have traded right into the 38.2, which is right there, and sold off from it twice. All right. So that's how we're looking. So the VIX does still have room, right, to pull back. Okay. If we can't get through these highs. But we're going to have to really watch here. Now we've got news in about 7 minutes. Okay. So we'll see what that does. But we've got room to pull back. We've got room to squeeze up into this 50%. But we did defend longs and then break short setups. Okay, so that's not super bullish for the indices, but I'll show you the indices here in a second. And they haven't actually broken anything. Okay, so that's where we're sitting on the VIX. We'll see after CPI here. All right, now on our financials. So on bank, we were in a series of shorts and they broke. They absolutely broke. If you walk this down, boom, 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 this short broke. Okay. The shorts absolutely broke. Morning, Peter. So that means we can come halfway back. Okay. So that halfway back is up here. All right, and you can see yesterday, man, is it pouring? I don't know if you guys can hear that. Yesterday, coming out of our lows, now remember, bank's just an index. It doesn't have to be exact, right? But coming out of our lows, we've held these little long setups. Okay, absolutely we have. All right, so could there be a long from lows? Yeah, absolutely, right? Absolutely. Boca, good morning. Absolutely, there could be a long from lows. Okay, we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. Just remember, bank rising, right? That's a tailwind for the indices. Doesn't move tick for tick. It's just a tailwind for the indices. Bank falling, that's a headwind for the indices. Okay? So we'll see. But it did, you know, we did break that short setup in our series. So that means that we've got our next resistance up here. Right? So we'll see. We'll see where we open up. All right. So moving on to the ES. Now, we're still in this larger short setup above us that hasn't broken. This is equivalent to the VIX long, that great big VIX long. This is the same thing. Okay, it's drawn from these 70.43s down here to these 65.84.50s. Okay, that's that resistance level right there. Haven't broken it. Okay. Now, what the VIX did, though, remember, it broke that extension short. The indices, at least the NASDAQ and the ES, have not broken the extension long. Okay, remember those 5:30 a.m. on Monday, highs to highs. Let me get rid of this now, because we don't need it. Okay, 5:30 a.m. on Monday, highs to highs. There was our pullback. Hit our target, right? Hit our target, same anchor, new high. All right, and that's what we're sitting in right now. Okay, so even though the VIX broke, this is a little odd. The VIX broke that extension short, but the indices haven't broken the extension long. So who wins? Well, we'll just watch the VIX, right? Watch the VIX. So if this continues to fall out of these highs, right, back into support, then that's going to squeeze our indices back up to the tops of their ranges until the VIX finds support. Okay? So not a whole lot has changed since yesterday, all right, on the ES. Not a whole lot has changed since yesterday on the ES. Now, coming out of these highs, this is where we have to be careful. This is that VIX long off the lows right here. Okay? We held, right? So there is a short above us, and you can kind of see the range, right? There's the bottom of the range. There's the top of the range. Okay? So I'm going to delete that for now. All right, so the gap fill this morning. All right, our gap fills here at 88 even, 67 to 88 even. All right, here's 10 points above, here's 10 points below. So what we're going to watch going into the morning, and this news will probably fling us around, but we've got our support down here, and you can see these 10 points in this support level this morning leading us up into the fill. So we've come down and overshot the fill. Now we're going up, and we'll see if we overshoot the fill to the upside, and that gives us an entry for this pullback. All right. So we'll see here again in about 2 minutes. Now the NASDAQ looks just like the ES. Okay, it's 5:30 a.m. highs to highs, right? We had that big front run right there, but then we went out and hit the target right there. There's the pullback. Same anchor, new high. Right, there's the pullback right there. Okay, so that's what we're watching going into the morning on the ES and the. I just had a power flicker, guys. So give me 1 second. Hang on. Hopefully, I didn't lose you. Hold on 1 second. You guys can still hear me 1 second. All right, didn't have to reboot everything. If I lose you guys, it's because the power went out. All right. Okay. Okay, no, I don't have a battery backup, Ed. I used to, don't anymore. Not since I moved. Okay. Whoa. Okay, we'll see if we can get through this. Can you guys hear me all right? Yes, I know, Ed. I know. All right. Well, here, let's watch. Yeah, if I lose you guys, it's just because the power flicked again. All right, here comes our news. Let's see. Here comes our CPI, guys. All right, so let's see what we got. Okay. Thank you, Edward. Thank you. I'll look forward to that. Yep, I know. Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, I bet you're right. Yeah. Good morning, Miss Amanda. All right, here we go. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Let's see. Core came in line, 0.2. Month over month came in line, 0.3. Year over year. Yeah, that didn't move. Nothing moved. Everything came in line. So no big surprises. Okay, so we'll see how the market responds to that. All right. Okay, all right, let's move on to the YM and the NASDAQ here, or the YM and the Russells. So the YM is still in this massive short setup, right? from our highs here on the 10th. Let me find you guys again. There we go. Our highs here on the 10th, February 10th, to our lows, March 8th. Right there's that short right there. Now, the YM broke this extension, that 5:30 a.m. highs to highs, okay, that the others have. The YM broke it. Now, look at what the YM's done. Okay, it's already started this series. Number one, target, just perfect, right? Number two, right there. Okay, so that's where the YM is. Now, could there be other support levels below us? Absolutely. There could be the halfway back, right? There could be that down there. But we'll wait and see where bank, because remember, bank is the best leading indicator for the YM and the Russells, right? So we will see, but the YM did break that extension long that the ES and the NASDAQ are holding, and it has started short setups leading us down. All right, so we'll see when bank opens up what direction it gets moving. Remember, the YM and the Russell is the most sensitive to bank. So look at that, how perfect the YM is, right? Isn't that cool? Bang, bang. There we go. All right. Okay, you can see it's even starting to hold this little short coming out of here. All right, right there. Okay, again, we'll watch when bank opens up what direction we get moving. All right, here's the Russell squeezed right back into its next, it's all the way halfway back short. Indices love to back and fill all the way. Okay, back and fill looks just like the YM. Long broke, extension long from those 5:30 a.m. highs to highs, pierced, and now we're holding short setups on the way down. All right. Number one, target. Here's number two. Okay. So you can see the YM and the Russell, if bank opens up and is weak, YM and the Russells could have a rough day. Okay. They could have a rough day if we have bank weakness today. All right. Keep that in mind. Okay. What do we got? Man, just going nowhere. Going nowhere. Okay, any questions? VIX, bank, indices. Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. All right, let's look at the gap fill here. Well, we'll come back to that. All right, Bitcoin just making this pullback. Okay, we've got this long off of lows, right? And here's what we're looking at intraday. All right, from these lows on March 8th to this high on March 10th. Okay, there was our first pullback right there. Never hit our target, so we just leave the draw right where it is. And there's our pullback right here. We've already broken the short from highs. We broke our opposing move, bang, right there. And then this is that pullback. All right, so we'll see if we can get down here and then lift off. Okay. All right, Bitcoin's still in, we're still in the winter. We still got that resistance up around 85, 689 area. All right, so we've got plenty of time. We got plenty of time. Okay. All right, so there's that there's that pullback. Now onto crude oil. So crude oil, it did break this next pullback. Now crude oil is wild right now, right? Obviously with everything that's going on. Now, if you look at this during trading hours, it didn't break. You could make the case that that's there, but this is what we're going to be watching. All right, coming out of this. This is obviously with everything going on in the world, this is wild. Okay. So from these lows, right, we did hold this long right there. I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, we did hold this long coming off the lows, and you can see that that kind of gives you your head and shoulders pattern, right? The right shoulder right there. So left shoulder, head, right shoulder. So we'll watch to see if this starts to lift off. Now, there was a big thing overnight with the Middle East, a big escalation thing. But we'll see if this thing starts to lift off again, right? There's your next long right there. We'll see if we start to lift off. What we can watch for is if this does get to a target, then we've got something to work off of, because now we're starting to chop around in here. But we are holding that long from lows right there, right? And it looks like we're starting to trend. So we'll see. Just be aware with crude oil right now. It's wild. We broke an extension short and then rolled back over, broke that long. Yeah, it's wild. All right, but that's what price is telling us right there. That's what it looks like right now. Now, remember, we got crude oil inventories today at 10:30 as well. And again, like I said, supposedly there's going to be the largest draw, and it probably won't come out on this report, but the largest draw we've ever done on strategic oil reserves. So I don't know how that's going to affect everything. So we'll see. Okay, but that's where crude oil is sitting right now. All right, now gold and silver. So here's gold. Gold is still in this massive long, right? This massive long. We traded this massive long. We broke the short. Right, say the rhyme, trade support, break the short. Okay, and this is the next long setup down here. Now, we haven't actually gotten down here and traded it. We're trading that 5,000 level, that psychological 5,000 level. And we haven't broken this little pullback, right? So we're still kind of stuck in here, all right? But unless we break these 52, 70, 20s, it's going to be dangerous for us to draw this next long, right? Now, it could be there and it could hold, and that'd be great. But this short could lead us all the way back down into support. So we just don't know yet, because we can't draw that long yet because we haven't broken. Okay, so it's just stuck right there. All right, now on silver though, that's a different story. So when we look at silver's still in this massive long too down here, and silver had this short coming off of this high that was holding us down, right there, and that pierced, that broke. Okay, so we're watching this long here as a possible entry into a trend. All right, we'll see if silver lifts off, if that's going to, kind of be the catalyst for gold as well. Right, so we'll see. We'll see if that gets down there. Okay, so you can see a scenario where silver gets down here, messes around, and then lifts off. Right, remember, the precious metals have a tendency early in the week to go sideways and then later in the week to trend. So we'll see if we get this. We'll see if we get this pullback and lift off here. Maybe watch for like a 1 hour bar to close green, something like that. Right, when we get down here. All right. So we're getting there. All right, we are getting there. Okay, now on the dollar, there's a battle over the trend on the dollar. Okay, here's DXY. Now this isn't the dollar. This is just a bunch of currencies. This is an index, right? It's got this, it broke an extension long, and it's got this short from highs. Okay, now the euro's got this long from lows, but the euro didn't break its extension. And remember, over 50% of this is made up of the euro. So when we look at the euro, all right, here's that extension short. Let me get rid of this. Get rid of some of these lines for you guys. There we go. There's that extension short from February 5th to this low on March 3rd. This didn't break on the euro. This is what broke on DXY. Okay, and then here's that DXY short, which is this euro long. Right there. Okay, oh, we're trading it right now. So right here, okay, that euro long is that right there. Okay, that DXY short. Okay, so if we roll out of these, that's dollar weakness. Okay. Where is that? Where's what, Lyle? You'll have to ask again. I'm not sure which one you were asking about. Okay, so there's that long, which is that DXY short. But see how the euro hasn't broken this extension, but DXY did break that extension long. Okay, so kind of a battle over the trend here. Now we always default to the euro, right? Because it's actually a currency, right? DXY is just an index. Okay, so we'll see. We lift off from here, right? We've got targets that would lead us out of that extension short, and we'd start a brand new trend. If we don't, and we start falling, that's going to be dollar strength. Not good for the indices, not good for the precious metals. Okay, but if we do lift off, dollar weakness, all right, bullish, not bullish, but tailwind for the precious metals and the indices. All right. Now moving on to the dollar yen. Now the dollar yen is being wacky here. It broke its next long in a series, okay? But then also went back up and broke the short setup from highs. So it's starting to get sloppy. Now there could be a whole bunch of different support anchors below us, but all we're going to watch here, this could easily turn into a range. Okay, a lot of times that'll happen when we break a long, then we break a short. Okay, so we're going to have to watch it at these highs. If we get up here and roll over, right, we're going to go from dollar strength to dollar weakness. If we do keep going through these, then we're just going to consider that long sloppy, and we're going to stay in dollar strength trades. Okay, but yes, this is got a little sloppy up here. Now the euro's not, but the dollar yen is being a little sloppy. All right, so we're going to pay attention to these highs up here. Okay, two ways the market changes trend. One is we'll break trend, hold the first pullback. Number two is we'll put in a double top or double bottom. All right, so we'll see if we get a double top up here. All right, what's the euro doing? There's the euro at that long right there. So we'll watch that. Might see a little dip into lows here. All right, we'll see. Okay, so what do we got now on the VIX? All right, we're still hanging out, kind of levitating up here. Remember, if this starts squeezing, indices are going to fall. Now that we've got some movement, let's look at our 20 points. All right, so here's the gap fill at 88. 78, so 68. All right, 68 is our 20 points. All right. Okay, so there's our 20 points right there. You can see that defended overnight. All right, so if we open within 20 at 9:30, right, got about a 70% chance of that gap filling. We open outside of here today, that might be rough, right? If we open outside of 20, maybe watch the half. But remember, this is actually in shorts right now. Right? We're actually in short setups right now. Okay, and they got targets down at these 67, 62s. So we'll let these 20 points be our line in the sand here. All right, and then coordinate that with what's going on here. So you can see a scenario where the VIX squeezes into these highs, can't get through them, rolls over, right? At least back to the bottom of this little range, right? And that would lead us in the direction of the fill. Okay, so that's what we're going to watch. Just watch these highs, right? Watch these highs, see if we roll over from those, and at least, like I said, back to the bottom here, that little move would be plenty for the ES to head in the direction of its fill. So if we get up here and start taking off, then we're going to be outside of those 20 points and falling. Okay. So the VIX still has a little bit of room, right? Still has a little bit of room to get into these highs, and then we'll watch, see if it rolls over. Okay. But there's those 20 points right there. There's those 20 points right there. You can see that's previous support once, twice, 3, 4, 5. So there is support there. I'm going to put this line down here too, just to kind of identify where that is. All right. Okay, questions. Questions. Anybody? We'll see. We'll see how the market responds when they open. When it opens that CPI report, it's not going to affect a whole lot. Thanks, Miss Mary Rose. Watch for that silver pullback today. We'll see if the euro can defend. Now, this would line up nicely if we were in a perfect world. The euro would bounce off of this support. That'd give us dollar weakness. The dollar yen would fall out of these highs. That'd give us dollar weakness. And silver would be down in this pullback that would lift us off. If the stars aligned and the market did exactly what we were hoping for. But we'll see. We'll see if that happens. All right. Okay. Thanks, JD. Thanks, Mr. Paz. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. All right, remember, guys, with crude oil, we got crude oil inventories at 10:30. All right. All right, let's have a great morning. Thanks, Tyler.
Thank you, Aaron. All right, everybody. Hold on, where's my camera? All right, there it is. We got the fit going today, the Star Wars shirt. Aaron, great stuff as always. We'll be back on with live trading. We got Ammar and Lady Lev. Karen coming on today. Should be another fun day in the market, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys on a little bit. We'll be back for Market Open. Good morning, everybody. We are back. Market just opened here. Man, I didn't love where we were opening, but we'll push out of the gate here on the NQ. Kind of a flat overnight session. We opened kind of right around yesterday's close. Didn't really go anywhere overnight. We had a decent move up happening yesterday, and then towards the end of the day, we got the some news about the Strait intelligence saying that Iran was trying to put mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Gave us a little bit of a pullback towards the end of the day. Ended up closing the day relatively flat. Nothing really sticking out to me one way or the other right now. Karen did message me. She's not able to get on today. She's dealing with a leg issue, some pain she's dealing with. So I think Ammar should be on here though. Hmm. Market trying to hold here. Oh man, nothing sticking out to me. Take a look at the options chain. Don't have a level on QQQ up until 613. NQ showing a little bit of relative strength. We got RTY and the Dow both making moves lower. ES kind of flat. Gold's been kind of choppy. Nothing's sticking out to me. It's like, I gotta do this. Put some tunes in the movie.
When you use Mono, you turn data into sharper trading decisions. Follow power players' trades and model their portfolios.
What's up, Ammar? How are you? Not much, man. Not sure what I'm gonna do today. Nothing sticking out to me is looking great. Good morning, Jada. Market wants to pump though. I'm not gonna be mad at it. Just I don't know if that's what we get today or not.
You don't know. Could see some.
Are you watching anything in particular?
Cues.
Yeah, NQ a little bit of relative strength here to SPY.
We do got pretty heavy resistance all the way up to 612. But if he close above 612, we got smooth sailing till 615.
Yeah, I mean, we got, I have room up into like yesterday's high basically without, in terms of levels, too much resistance here. So we'll see if we go up and get that. We did have what, CPI this morning?
Yes. Talking about, so I've been trying out a new swing strategy.
Okay,
AMD currently up 177%,
let's go.
and SWKS up 20%.
AMD's pumping. Looks good. What is the other name you said?
SWKS.
So what, any insight on the strategy itself? Is there anything that you're looking for in particular?
I will let you know once I know it's
Once
good.
you get some more data
No,
on it?
no. So I've been doing more order flow.
Okay. Okay, is that what you have
So
up on your chart there? Okay.
yeah. Been using bookmap also.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but for the swing strategy, it's more of 4 hour supply or demand zone.
Okay.
But there has to be a delta divergence for me to get in. So here I'll show you on AMD. It's pretty simple. So AMD, if you go into the 4 hour, right? So I mean it's already hit price target. I'm just holding on to see how
Mm-hmm.
long it does.
Yeah, it looks
But
strong.
this blue area, demand zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you see how we had a downtrend. So, but on the delta, we were like on an uptrend. So the sellers were getting tired out, right? So waited to see what this candle will do. Um, Buyers started to step in. This is where I took long, and then look at that, it's been running. So just a divergence on delta and either supply or demand zone. Easy, easy. Told you. Until 612, there's heavy resistance.
Yep. Yes, back into its open here. Trying to hold it currently.
Mm-hmm.
The Dow and the Russell both still
All
kind of
right, we
weak.
have our 15-minute orb. Let's draw that baby out and see if we can play that. Is Karen joining us?
No, she said she's having issues with her leg.
Oh,
She said she's in too much pain to come on.
is there a
So,
game show today?
so what's better for you? Do you want to do today or tomorrow?
Don't matter to me. You tell me.
Okay. Let's do tomorrow if that's cool with you. We are set up. I met with Tradeify. We got the accounts set up, so we are good to go.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, she's got a 5-minute close underneath the open here. Still trying to bounce though. I was leaning towards a move down, but
Yeah. I'm gonna look to play some puts, but it'll be a quick scalp. So we could come down and test 609. Yeah, let's see.
Dow's starting to sell pretty hard here. Thank you. The only index above its open still. Did you enter any puts?
Huh? No, not yet. I mean, I entered for myself. Because it was quick scalp. There we go. 609 being tested now. We're testing the bottom of the orb. If we hold here, I'll look to play calls to the upside till 610. And we got some buyers stepping in. Can we absorb the sellers? Let's see. Yeah. Okay. It's looking like we're absorbing the sellers. There we go. That's some big buyers right there. All right. Now we're looking to the downside.
Yeah, NQ starting to get below the open here.
I'm looking at 606 QQQ puts.
Q's right at VWAP here.
All right, there's the retest. Let's see if it can. $608.50 has pretty large order sitting down there.
There's a little pump.
Well, that's why we wait for our retest, right?
Yep.
All right, I think I'm gonna take those puts. So we did close below the value area. Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna wait for this candle to see what she does before getting in.
Oh man, I just did not. I didn't love the way things looked coming into today. So far, the action is kind of that what I expected, which is not a whole lot.
Yeah. Stuck in the zone. Auto zone.
Yeah, we were just still sitting right at the open here.
All right, guys, I'm gonna enter those puts.
Okay.
Just gonna take a swing at them. Keep a tight SL. $608.40. It's gonna be the big hurdle to get over. All right, let's see if we can close below this candle.
I do think shorts look a little bit better than longs, but oh man, nothing just standing out to me today. How's the dad life been treating you, Amar?
It's good. It's good. A lot of sleepless nights.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say sleepless nights, but like
Up,
not
yeah,
enough sleep.
like up and back to bed, up and back to bed.
Right.
Yeah, I feel that. And Q just not giving up the open yet.
Yeah. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Those are some big orders coming in. Okay.
Ooh, buddy. Oh, buddy. I want to have some QQQ longs, but part of me is nervous that we're gonna get some chop. Like, does this get follow through? I'm gonna try. What's a strike? I'm gonna try some six. What's my target? 614s, maybe?
All right, we
Try.
got some hurdle like 61080.
I'm gonna try
If you break
here.
six,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was gonna say if we break 61080, I'll close.
Tried a couple 613 strikes at 105. We'll see here. 613.16 is my upper level that we have from yesterday on QQQ. So we're above VWAP, above the opening print. Part of me thinks we might just chop, but since we're currently holding this, it wouldn't shock me if we go up and trade the 613 level. So these would go in the money.
Oh, yep, I'm closing.
All right,
Holy.
well, that's a nice start. 105 to 145 here. $40 a contract. Okay, let's go. 170, 176.
Do we have news?
What time is it? It was right at 10, huh?
No, there's crude oil at 10:30.
That's it.
Yeah, we must have gotten some sort of news.
$185 here, up $80 a contract. I'm gonna take a trim right around $2 here, so it would be right around 100%. Come on.
All right, so I'm gonna wait for a retest, and I'm gonna look at long side also now.
Don't do it to me here. Say Wednesday?
Today is Wednesday.
Yeah, so really there's no news. Plus we got some geopolitical stuff going on.
Most likely.
Yeah, which nobody in the chat is said anything. Jeez, Con's back down to 128 here, 129.
Just like that, we're back into the gap.
What are you doing? What is you doing, baby?
All right, I'm looking at 614 calls right now. All right, got some aggressive fire stepping in. All right, I am gonna play.
So somebody just put a little bit of news here. Trump to Axios. Practically nothing left, that's in quotes, to target in Iran. IEA members agree to release 400 million barrels of oil.
All right, guys, I'm in some 614 QQ calls.
Let's go, baby. Pump it. Pump it, baby.
Oh my god. $612.30 PT1.
We want 613.16, Ammar. Let's go. Give it to us.
All right, there's one aggressive buyer that came in.
It's back at 150 here.
I'm going to start to scale here.
Oh, Choppy McChopperson.
Hey, listen, guys. It's hard to trade at this moment because of all just the global news that's coming out.
Mm-hmm.
So don't be too hard on yourself.
Back like break even here.
So 932 has a strong support.
Hey, Mark, it'd be really great if you pumped it. Hmm. I don't know why. I had a gut feeling this is going to be the type of garbage that we were going to have to sit through today.
Yeah, I think this is going to be.
Con's sitting right around break even, up a couple bucks, up like $5 here. Still holding. But also kind of over it. For reals. QQQ is that view up here, and Q is still above it. Where are we at here? We're about 45 minutes in. Yes, trying to hold its OP.
All right. Let's get to 611, then 612, then 613. Probably won't see 613.
We're getting there, baby. 6, 13, 16. Give it to me. So as of now, it feels like we are going nowhere. ES starting to get the breakdown below. It's open again. 15 minutes. Looks like it's going to trigger a sell. I might just close this up. I'll give it a minute. But... And it doesn't. Kylan trading Tesla. Turdsla. Good looking. It looks good. Looks better than freaking NQ right now. Oracle with the paint. I think Oracle has had earnings, huh? It's like watching paint dry, man. Mar had a kid. Now he's starting to swing trade. He's like, listen, I gotta switch it up. I gotta get these swing trades going now.
Right.
I'll be right back, Mar. Ugh.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a chop
Oh,
fest
shocker!
today,
I come
guys.
back and we've still gone nowhere.
Yeah, chop fest today, guys. I hate to say it.
Yep. Yep. Need a drink. Somebody pour me a whiskey. Start boozing it up. Spice this bad boy up. Ugh.
Well, that guy put his order away.
I'm gonna shut it down here, chat.
Yeah, I'm out.
Me too. A whole lot of nothing burger today. Watch us just hold the open here and pump it back up.
Yeah, I'm done for the day.
Yeah, kind of a boring one today, chat. I don't think there's really anything I want to do else either. Arms around me, you put your loving arms around me. In arms around me. Well, this is just how it goes sometimes. Callum had the move swinging some Tesla. That was a good move right there. But the indices right now, lame. Lame. Yeah, more. What do you think? We should just wrap it here, man.
Yeah, man.
All right, Chad. I wish I had more for you today. It's just this price action is not exciting me whatsoever. I don't want to just like force a trade for the sake of forcing it.
Right.
Maybe we get a breakdown here, which kind of looks like that could happen. Puts, yeah, I know, Tony. I am thinking maybe, but I'm still getting like a chop vibe. But although, I mean, we do have room. We got room below. We could erase. We could do a race yesterday's. Well, yesterday, not yesterday, 2 days ago. Would have been Monday's move. But I don't know. Do I wanna hop in shorts? I don't know. So we chopped all night overnight. I just feel like we're gonna keep chopping. Tony, I hope you print on the puts. I really do. Especially now that I'm not in any longs. The market can go ahead and die. I'm okay with that. It looks like you might have the move here, Tony. Tony Baloney. This is there's like a little end of the day level here on NQ. It's not on QQQ. Fuzz is saying 67.67 through 67.65 is support on the ES, which is a couple points lower. VIX back at its highs on the day.
Look at that. Just like that, we're looking to go up again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is why, I mean, once again, it's just showing more signs that Choparuski here, back into the open. What do you think, Maya? Let's just go crack a morning brewski.
Uh, no, but I will crack a diaper.
All right, Tony, good stuff. Got a good little trade in. Nice, nice. All right, guys. Yeah, I don't have really high expectations for much else on today. So we're just gonna step away here, and we'll see if we get a move in one way or the other. I might look to enter something this afternoon, but in terms of right now, we're still sitting right at the open, and I don't feel like taking a guess one way or the other. Um, Nothing really standing out to me one way or the other. So we're just gonna step away and try to force anything here. We will be back this afternoon with the nooner. So we'll see you guys all for that. Hopefully you guys stayed safe in the chop. Hopefully you pulled a Tony Baloney. We were able to catch a little short scalp there. But back above the open here in the Qs, we'll see. Maybe reject the open here. It's can start to make the move lower. Puts maybe an option, but nothing staring at me saying, hey, trade me, trade me, trade me. So we're just gonna step away for now, and then we'll be back for the nooner. Ammar, thanks for coming on, man. We'll do the game show tomorrow afternoon, everybody, and we'll do some giveaways, some Tradeify giveaways with the game show. So we'll see you guys for that. But for right now, we'll grab some lunch. We'll see you this afternoon for the nooner, and I hope everybody good morning. Talk to you guys soon. See you, Ammar.
Wait.
afternoon, everybody. We're back with Aaron for his nooner. Aaron, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody had a good morning. I'll get started here in just a second. It is windy as all get out. Remember this morning, if you guys are on with me, insane thunderstorms. Now we got flipping tornado warnings. I just went outside for a while, and if you have one of those little dogs and you're walking it, it'd be a kite by now. All right. Crazy. All right, what's up, Miss Tamika? You can see my nose is running. We're out there getting a little exercise. All right, Miss Paz, what's up? Art. All right, guys. Well, VIX will just not give up. VIX will not give up. Markets are very unsure of themselves right now, obviously, right? Everybody can kind of tell that. All right. Okay, so let's get started, guys. We'll let everybody else trickle in here. Okay. So here's where we are. Now, again, markets are very unsure of themselves. All right. Now, we're starting off on the VIX. Now, I understand TradingView gapped, all that happy horse stuff that happens once a month. Try that again, that too. Once a month when TradingView rolls the contract early. So all you're going to look at here, what up, Omar? We're still in these shorts from the 44s down to the 15s, right? We're still in that short setup. Haven't had a big explosion yet. So we held that short, but again, this long is the problem, okay? And we've had this long from this anchor is on January 13th, right? Number one, number two, number three, extension broke, number four, right there, okay? So as long as this keeps rising, right, we're still in VIX-explosion territory. The VIX should not be in longs, guys. The VIX should not be in longs. That is not healthy, okay, whatsoever. So there's that long setup. All right, 21.30, subtract a tick, 21.25. We need to break 25s and trade 20s. Now, this series on the way down, right, pretty, just never doubt the VIX is going to be technical. All right, so here's pullback number one, went through our target, right? Extension short. There's number one right there. Hit our target, bounced off the target yesterday, broke the extension, and held the first pullback. Trade support, break the short, here's the pullback. Okay, and that's what we're lifting off from. All right, we never really lit the fuse until we got down here within a tick, and bam, there we go. So what we're watching from highs, okay, if the indices have any chance, all right, of any sort of upside, all right, are these shorts from highs. Now you can see we're kind of in this range here. There's the 38.2, all right, of this larger short, and there's the long. All right, so as we were talking about yesterday, the indices are not out of the woods, no matter what anybody says. VIX is not telling us that, so we're going to listen to this. What's up, Amanda? How are you? So there's the long. Trade support, break the short. There's the long. All we had to do is light this fuse. There we go. So targets are up here at 26, resistance at 26. All right, the indices just broke their extension long. So that's where we are. All right, pretty cut and dried. We continue higher, indices are going to sell off. We get to the top of this range, and if we do roll over and retest this low, then indices we're just going to stay in that range. Okay, so unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, VIX is sideways to higher this afternoon. Indices are sideways to lower. Okay. So that's where we are. VIX held the larger long, broke the short, and there we go. Okay. Still elevated, right? Still elevated, which is going to make the indices sketchy. Let's just call it that. All right. Any questions on where we are? Any questions on where we are? Now, trading view, look at the specific H contract. Okay. Don't look at your continuous because you're going to have the gap on there. But you're going to be drawing from 30.20 to our lows down here at 22.10. Even if you don't have a print there, I'm not sure when they rolled it. But then on the, this should be fine on the H contract. Okay, because this is all H, this is all March. Okay. And then just draw from those 22.10s up here to these 25.25, and that gives you your long right there. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. All right, keep pestering support at TradingView, asking them to please not roll the VX contract early. They're rolling it off of the volume. And speaking of that, let's look at this real quick. We are in rollover week. The VIX rolls over next end of the day next Wednesday, I believe it, instead of Tuesday. Let me double check here. I believe it's the 18th. Let's see what the volume is here. They're about even. April contracts at 47,000. March contract 46,675. So they're almost identical here. Okay, so let's take a look real quick at the new contract. That is J. All right. What is J? Joker? What is the J contract in phonetical alphabet? June? Joker? What is it? Anybody? If you guys know. All right. Juliet. Okay. Thanks, Bert. I appreciate it. Still trying to learn that with my kid being in the Navy. All right. So here's the Juliet contract. Okay, here's the new contract. Looks almost identical, right? And there's our pullback. That was almost even more technical than the H contract. So we might start watching this. All right. Volume's pretty much even, but yeah, this is rollover week. All right. So that was what I wanted to look at. Normally it's at the end of the day on Tuesday, but let's see. I'm not sure why I didn't look at that the first time I was over here. That was the whole point. All right, we did have CPI this morning. That came out in line, so no big deal there. All right, bear with me. Yeah, the 18th. So that's weird because maybe it was because of a holiday or something, but the 18th is when we expire. So yeah, so that's end of the day next Wednesday. That is weird. Okay. All right. So regardless, nonetheless, both contracts are looking pretty much identical right now. I'm still following the continuous. Oops. Don't want to see that up there. All right. I don't want to see that. There we go. All right. This is what I wanted. There we go. All right. So that's what we're looking at on the continuous. So whether you're looking at the continuous or whether you're looking at the new one, they look almost identical. Okay. So we're coming back up to that resistance right now. Now just remember that resistance is that 38.2 of that larger move too. Mr. Welf, what's up? All right. So we'll see. We'll see if we can get through it. If we do get through this, guys, there's our targets up there. All right. If we don't, roll back over. Okay. So any questions? Any questions? Anybody? As to where we are? Everybody good? I know you don't have to be happy about it, but that's where we are. All right. All right, very good. So we'll see going in the afternoon. All right. Again, don't have to be happy about it, but that's where we are. Okay, now our financials. Okay, remember we were talking about this morning. Now again, just remember bank is a index, doesn't have to be technical. All right, what we were watching was this long potentially, okay, to squeeze us into this larger short above us, but no, failed. So we're just going to continue or start to trail from these highs of yesterday. All right. Remember, these draws are just a guide on our financials. But if our financials keep falling this afternoon, right? I'm going to just take that off there. If they keep falling, that's that's a headwind against the indices. That's not good, right? So we've got the VIX in longs and bank in shorts. That's bearish, right? And bank is just busting through every support level that gets drawn up. So it is absolutely in a downtrend. This was our little hope yesterday. Gave us our little hopium there. There was our first pullback. There was our second, and it broke. All right. So we'll just watch this going into this afternoon. All right. If for some reason it does turn around, great. But this is all a headwind against the indices. All right. So we got we got the VIX and longs, right? Bearish. Bank and shorts, bearish. Okay. So here's the ES. Now, remember what we have been hanging out in this week. Zoom out a little bit for you guys. Okay. So from these highs on January 28th, all right, to our lows down here on March 8th, remember we're inside this short and we've been sitting inside this short. This is the VIX long that it won't break. Okay. Now, there was an extension long from those 5 a.m. highs, 5:30 a.m. highs. Now the VIX had already broken this, but the indices hadn't yet, and they just did. Okay. Oh, see that? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. See that? So that extension is now broken. Okay. So again, this is that long, or this is the short on the VIX, the halfway back. That's way down there. Okay, inside of this, we've been holding these shorts all morning. Whoa, hang on. Where do we go? There we go. So we've been holding these shorts all morning. Get over there. All right, we had our first one, went to a target, right? First pullback right here. Target, almost to the tick. Same anchor, new low. Same anchor, new low. Right, there's the ES. It didn't break. Get rid of this for you. There's the short. All right, there's the profit target. Okay, this short, that long. Okay, so we'll see. The VIX rolls over, indices will squeeze. VIX goes through this to targets. Indices are going to keep falling. But indices and shorts, VIX and longs. All right, so we do have support down here, but again, that is this, okay? And there's nothing saying this is gonna be here because we traded the long first, right? So we're in longs right now. So there's nothing saying that's gonna be there. If it is, great. We could work off of it, but nothing saying it's gonna be there, okay? Meaning nothing saying this is gonna be here. All right. Now, the gap fill this morning was technical. It was very technical this morning. All right. So our gap fill was up at these 67.88s right here. All right. Congrats if you got that. There were entries 20 points above. And then this morning, here's 20 points below. Traded that at 845, right? And then lifted off, filled the gap right pre-market, right? And then we filled it right at the open. Okay. So that gap filled right away. All right. Then we just squeezed into the short, and there we go. Okay. All right. Moving on to the NASDAQ. Okay. Now the NASDAQ has not broken this extension yet. It's still got that larger long above us, but you can see how strong the NASDAQ is right now. Okay. There's those 530, 515, 530 highs, right, on Monday to our highs yesterday. All right. And that's the pullback. This is what the ES just broke. The VIX has already broken this. Okay. But this is still acting as support. All right. This is basically the top of that little range on the VIX. Okay. So NASDAQ's the strongest, hasn't broken it yet. Doesn't mean it's not going to, but it just hasn't yet. The VIX lifts off. Obviously, this is going to pull back. If the VIX rolls over at the top of that range, then the NASDAQ here at the bottom of its range could squeeze back to the top. So, you know, if you're looking long, NASDAQ's your best bet because it's the strongest. Okay. Now, the YM and the Russells, remember, they're going to be the most affected. They're the most sensitive to bank, right? Okay, here's the YM, just almost perfect. So it's still in these shorts from February 10th to our lows down here on March 8th. Boom, right there. We have now broken our extension and we're coming into this long from lows. Okay. Now these shorts from highs have been pretty much as technical as you can get coming off of our highs. Right there. Bang. Target. Number 2. Right there. And there's our target. So we'll see what happens down here. If bank keeps falling, right, then there's just going to be this massive headwind against the YM and the Russells. Okay. We have gone through this target. So is there the possibility of an extension? There is, but we don't know that that's there yet. So we'll just continue to look for these pullbacks until it shows us something different. Okay. All right. Moving on to the Russells. Russells in a downtrend. Okay. It's been in this thing for a while. All right. From our highs here on January 22nd to our lows. All right. There's our pullback. We broke the extension long, those 5:30 a.m. highs to highs. All right. And here's our pullbacks on the Russells. Right there. All right. Had this first one right there. Hit our targets. Number 2 right there. Targets are down there. Okay. So, yeah, indices aren't in a good spot just because the VIX is in longs. Okay. Just because the VIX is in longs. There we go. All right. Any questions? VIX bank indices? Anybody? Everybody got it? Everybody got it? Yeah, it's not the best time to try to pick a bottom on the indices with bank falling and VIX rising. All right. Okay. All right. Moving on. Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin just being very, very, very technical. There's these longs off of lows, and here's our next pullback. All right. We traded this pullback. Here's the short that broke from the 4th to our lows. That broke. Trade support, break the short, draw the long. We can draw to this high now. All right. There's your pullback. All right. Right there. So targets are up here. We'll see. This is really small, but we'll see if we're going to get these tiny moves in here. And as of right now, we're holding. Right? As of right now, well, it was a little sloppy. That's really small. Okay, but there you go. We've got these larger targets above us, remember, all the way up to these 85, 689s. All right, but trading support, breaking the short, drawing the long. Okay, it's in an uptrend, right? Bitcoin is in an uptrend. Okay. All right, so let's look at spot here. What's the VIX doing? VIX is right back at highs. Okay, let's look at spot here. There we go. Okay. Where the hell did it go? Yeah. There we go. All right. So here's spot. Remember where we are in the larger time frame. Right? We're still in the crypto winter. Okay, that next pullback we're looking at is up in this area, these $85,000, $90,000 area, right? So, and then there are ultimate targets are down here at these 33.5s or between September, October 6th. Okay, but spot's behaving pretty much identical to the futures. All right, there's those longs from lows that are holding. There's our larger pullback that held, broke the short, boom, right there. And that's that 38.2% line of that larger short setup. Okay, up at a 85,414 area. Okay, so just playing nicely, right? Playing along nicely. Okay. Where did you go? There we are. All right. Stocks. Try that again. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Hang on 1 second for me, guys. What would you guys like to see? DAL. All right. Is this back? Here we go. Okay. Have we looked at this one before? Let's take a look. DAL. What is that? Oh, Delta. The airlines. Let's see what the airlines are doing. Does it pay anything? Not really. All right. Oh, look at that. Nice. Okay, there's your weekly, right? A little sloppy, and then we defended it. Going targets. A little sloppy again, no big deal. Made a new high. So that's how I'd look at that, Mary Rose, right there on the weekly. Now let's see if we can make hide her hair of this thing. All right, there we go. There's number one right there, blew through a target. There's number two right there. There's your extension. Pretty typical, right? Hold one, maybe two traditionals, fall into extensions, fall into support, extensions break, by the pullback. So not quite there yet, but that's how I'd look at that. Right there. It's kind of setting up, right? All we need to do is get down into this support. Right? Let's see if this broke yet. It's close. This is close. Did it? It looks like it pierced. So, yeah, in a downtrend, right? In a downtrend, there's your extension from lows on February 12th to lows. Right there. So all you're going to do is just, continue to trail these down, right? Targets are down here at 52.40, right? If it falls through that, another lows to lows, look for that to break. All you're looking for is an extension to break. All right, this is very typical, right? Very, very typical of how these things pull back into support. Yep, so not quite there yet, right? Not quite there yet, but that's what you're looking at. All right, I like these because it's acting normal, right? All we need is just, and I don't know if you're in it, and I don't want to say this, and what I say that it's going to happen doesn't matter anyway, but hopefully this will fall down to a target, fall through it, we'll get that little low to low, and that'll break. and that'll be our trigger at support to lift this thing off. Got earnings coming up? 35 days. All right. Keep in mind the higher oil's going too. All these, anything, planes, trains, and automobiles, right, are going to have to spend more. Okay. All right. So there's that, Miss Mary Rose. Don't know if it was the news you wanted to hear, but that's what it's doing. You're very welcome. All right. Any other stocks, guys? Anybody? Now's your chance. Vic's struggling to get through those highs. All right. So looking for an entry on Hood. Yeah, let's look at the underlying here. See what's going on with that. I might be with you, Mary Rose. This was, oof. It's trying, isn't it? It's trying. Let's see. Just need a little broad market help, right? We're in our 50% off sale. Absolutely, we are. Let's zoom down into that. There's that extension that just won't break, will it? That lows to lows from, what is that? November 21st of last year to lows, bang, right? But see, it's starting to chop around. Fred Flintstone getting his car going, right? That short from highs broke, and now this long from lows is holding, right? So we'll see if we can get some oomph here. Don't be surprised, Mary Rose, if this one, especially without any broad market help, if this just Fred Flintstone's down here, right? But if we can poke our nose above these, or poke our head above these 90-50s, buying that pullback or getting long that pullback could be, especially if the broad markets are turning around, that could be pretty solid. Right? That would be very solid, because that's a short break at a half off sale. You know, I know you love those 50% discounts, right? So I imagine yours is going to look the same. Yep, pretty much the same. There's that extension right there. Pretty close, not exact, but pretty close. There's chopping around down here. Oh, whoops. That's looking, I mean, there's going to be a lot like this, that when the broad market, when the VIX finally breaks that stupid long at those 21, 25s or whatever it is, there's going to be a lot of opportunity. Yeah, 21, 25s, once we break that, there could be a lot of opportunities. All right, there could be a lot. What's Hood paying? What's this guy paying? Dang. Nice. Did they give you the Christmas bonus like a lot of these did? Let's see. There's 82. That's not a bad Christmas bonus. You know, like that RDTE gave like $1.16, Mary Rose. All right. Okay. Any others, guys? That's the wrong thing. That's right. 50% off. All right. Wood. Yeah, let's look at wood. What is this? Really? You want to look at that? Okay. I don't know anything about this. If you meant to put that on there. I don't know anything about this. I don't even know if this is technical or not. There's like no volume on this. None. 8,000, 8,600 shares. Average volume 51,000. So anything I say on this, take it with a grain of salt. There's no volume. But there's your halfway back. And then there's the short. That's where you're trapped right there. Just trapped inside of this thing. I don't know anything about this. All right. I don't know anything about this. So, yeah. almost irresponsible for me to comment on this one because there's no volume. No idea. Somebody could come in and drop 50 grand on it and change the whole pattern of this thing. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Kathy Wood's been buying Hood. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, whatever. If anybody was looking at that forestry ETF, don't listen to anything I just said because it's not, there's no volume. We could go in there together as a group and move that market. All right. Okay. No problem, Mary Rose. Okay, let's get to it. All right. This. There we go.
Aaron, I just got back to the desk. I don't know if you were where you're at with it, but
yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good. I just saw
cooking.
people saying thank you, so I didn't know if you were done or not. Just checking in.
Oh, no.
Okay,
That
do your
was
thing.
somebody said Kathy Wood. Somebody said Kathy Wood was buying something,
Oh,
and they put WOOD. So I pulled up Wood, and if you pull up Wood, it's some strange ass forestry ETF that has 8,000 shares traded today. So
that's funny.
Yeah. So, all right. Okay. All right, guys. So moving on. All right. Crude oil still can't get out of its own way. Now, crude oil sketch right now, obviously with everything that's going on. So be very careful. Amanda, I was feeling bad if you're still on. I don't know if you got long crude oil and got whipped out by that. But I know you were eyeballing that. But it's getting little nutty down here, right? Getting a little nutty in there. But this long from lows is holding. Now we broke that larger setup, but this long from lows is holding. But this is, as Miss Tomika says, this is bubblegum trading right here. Get chewed up, right? Get chewed up in there. Be very, very careful. If we can get to a target, maybe then we'll have something to work off of going higher. But right now, you can call this a range if you want to. This is sketch. Be very, very careful, especially with everything going on in the world, right? All it takes is a little bit of news. As you can see, we ran up to 120, all the way back down to 82. All right. So just be very careful with crude oil right now. Oh, you're good, Amanda? Okay, good. I know you were eyeballing that the other morning. So was I. I didn't get into it, but if you did, this long we got whipsawed right there. That's not normal. And I guess considering there's a war in the Middle East, we shouldn't expect crude oil to act normally. Okay, now precious metals. Let's go to gold first. Gold still hasn't broken that short setup. All right. So I want to take a second on gold here to show you where we are. Okay, because there could be some serious opportunities here on our precious metals. All right, gold is in this long from April 14th of 25 to our highs. Okay, get rid of all this. Okay, right there. We've had 3 pullbacks on gold this whole time. We had the 31.55s. We had the 39, whatever it was, right here. 39, 34s, but then we had this one. This is our next one. Okay. Now we have broken this short from highs. Okay. Trade support, break the short. We broke that. Awesome. Great. Whatever. But we need to hold this long from lows, right? Oh, that's way too tight. There we go. So we need to hold this long from lows. Well, we've never officially traded it yet. So we haven't lit the fuse to lift off. Okay, this is that 5,000 level, that psychological 5,000 right there where we're finding support. But see this little short setup from highs? It hasn't broken yet. So we can't confirm that we've traded support, right? It just hasn't gotten through it yet. So drawing these lows these longs from lows is going to be dangerous because we haven't broken the short. So what we're watching for on gold is one of two things. Either we break these 52, 70, 20s, and then we can draw lows from high or lows to highs and buy pullbacks. or we get down and make this pullback into these 49.29s, right? And then we can look to get long down here. Okay, right now it's, I mean, unless you're intraday trading. I don't intraday trade the precious metals. I used to, but I got out of it because there's so much more opportunity on these massive moves that these precious metals make, even before the nut job stuff that happened over the past couple months. These are big swings. You don't see these on the indices. These make the indices look silly, right? So we'll see if these 52.70 20s break, then we can draw lows to highs because we've confirmed support by pullbacks, or we roll over and we can get long down at this next pullback. There'd be nothing surprising about us making this pullback. That'd be 100% normal, right? Trade support, break the short, and that's the long. So we'll see when we get down there. Now, silver on the other hand, okay? Silver has made this pullback, all right? Now, there's silver's long. Okay, basically this is a high to low from forever. Okay, like all-time lows, all-time highs. That's what's given us this. Okay, now there's the short that gold hasn't broken yet, or that gold already broke. Silver hasn't broken that yet, but this little long, okay, not little, but this opposing move, lows to highs, that's what's defending, and that defended and then broke this. Okay. So we confirmed this support by breaking through the short setup. Okay. So now we are falling right into this long. Okay. Trade support, break the short, draw the long. All right. We're falling right into that. Okay. So we haven't had a 1 hour bar close green yet, but we are close. We are close to getting a 1 hour bar to close green. And if we do, what normally is going to happen is we'll get a 1 hour bar to close green. It will come down, it'll retest. We'll find support here, or maybe a dip into lows, and then we'll lift off. All right. So after we get a 1 hour bar to close green, let's make sure we defend these lows at that support level, and that might be able to lift us off. Okay. Now there's a big problem going on with my comment. Anybody know what the big problem going on with this long is right here? Anybody want to take a shot at that? Oh, you're hesitant, so you stayed out of that crude oil. Okay. That's your hesitation saved you on that one. Mine too. Anybody want that long right there on silver? Anybody want to take a stab at why that could struggle? Anybody? Don't think the silver chart, think something else. Why that long could struggle right there? Anybody? You guys know this, we go over it every day. Two influences on the precious metals, the bond market and what's the other one? Dollar. Thanks, JD. Yep. We've been in those dang dollar strength trades, right? So if we can roll over on the dollar yen and lift off on the euro, yes, the dollar, that could give us the boost we need. But if we keep in these dang dollar strength trades, right, it's just, you can see, right, it just not giving us any juice, right? So silver's setting up real nice at that long. Now, when we get to the dollar, okay, here's what we're running into. All right, this is DXY, right? This next short setup broke, and the euro broke the long. So as of right now, this is still 500 ounces of silver for every missile. Yeah. Did you also know that at the current rate, this was as of like 10 o'clock this morning when I looked, at the current rate, the COMEX has 63 days left of silver. Yep, the COMEX has 63 days left of silver. Isn't that insane? Right, that's just simple math, right? At the current run rate of waiting for delivery or standing for delivery. Exactly, Mary Rose. That's very good. How's it not going up? I don't know. You ever seen the movie The Big Short, where they kept pricing the bonds high or kept giving them a A+ rating? Yeah. So why do you think the COMEX has mysteriously shut down with technical problems 3 times since Thanksgiving? Right. Everybody understand that, right? Like, if you have an order in and you don't have your order tapped as good to cancel or good till canceled, right? Any shutdown wipes out your order, right? So anytime they have a mysterious uh, technical problem, right, and they shut down the precious metals trading, think how many orders that wipes out that just aren't tagged good till canceled, right? And then the price drops, and you're not going to enter your order back in at a lower price, right? See how it jacks everything up? So there you go, Mr. Paz. Got some silver coming for delivery. Nice. I always wonder that if you buy an LE contract and let it expire, do I get a bunch of cattle? Right? All right. Robbery without a pow. Very good, Tamika. All right, so the dollar broke that short setup, right? So we're in dollar strength trades, right? Now DXY, not the dollar, just a bunch of different currencies in an index, but normally we can look at it as dollar strength or weakness. And right now we're in longs, right? Dollar strength. So now moving on to the actual currencies, here's the dollar yen. So this is where we might get lucky. Okay. So 2 ways the market changes trend. One is we'll break, in this situation, break along, right? Which we did. We'll break along and then we'll hold the first pullback short. That's what gives you your head and shoulders patterns. Okay, we didn't do that. We broke. Second way a market changes trend is double top or double bottom. So we broke the next long in the series, okay, and we're at our highs. So we will see. If we keep going, great. There's another support anchor below us, or this was just sloppy, which doesn't happen that often. All right, but if we roll over, right, we could start some dollar weakness. This dollar weakness, this right here is what I'm watching before I get long silver at that pullback. Might be being too cautious, but I'd like to have everything on my side. Okay. So if this continues through, doesn't mean silver and gold are going to go down. It just means it's harder for them to go up. Okay. So we'll see. We're right there. We're right there. Now, the euro broke its pullback, its opposing move. Okay. And it's still holding that extension short. All right. From February 5th to our lows, March 3rd, pullback, no target. So just leave it right there, trade it into it again, and we just broke the long from lows. So there could be this pullback here. All right, boom, there we go. Okay, so there could be this pullback right here. All right, so we've got support down here, we know that, but the trend is down, right? No dollar weakness trend yet. No dollar weakness trend yet, all dollar strength. Okay, all dollar strength. So that, again, just makes it difficult. Doesn't mean the precious metals are going to go down. Okay, it's just like them running against the wind. It's a headwind against us. Okay, it doesn't affect us as much, but if we go into dollar weakness, you'll see the dollar weakness affect us more to the upside than the dollar strength does to the downside. Okay, just imagine the boat anchor analogy. If the dollar is rising, it's the precious metals are trying to go up, dragging a boat anchor. It's hard, right? But if we get dollar weakness, the boat anchor gets pulled up, the sails open, and the wind starts blowing, right? So we've got an easier path upwards. All right, so VIX couldn't get through highs. All right, couldn't get through highs. But again, are we going to trend or are we going to fall back down to the bottom of the range? Well, this will tell us right there. right? That's the middle of the range, right? We don't want to trust the middle. Like I wouldn't trade that with your money, but we can watch it to see if it does hold. If it does hold, then we're lifting off into this resistance. We're going to roll over here on the indices, right? So what's bank doing? I'm like going down. Let's see. I mean, you could make the case that bank's got a pullback coming, but we don't want to, that's counter trend. We don't want to speculate on that. All right. Whoa. So there could be a counter trend coming here, meaning just leading us back up into this resistance. All right, but we don't know that's there yet. It's just choppy chopperton here, guys. We're not really trending, which is just shows you indecisiveness, right? We just don't have a definite direction. All we know right now is the VIX is holding longs, which is not good for the indices. All right, what's the dollar doing? Trying to get through that. Oh man. Trying to get through that there. Okay. All right. Any questions? Anybody? Silver finding support. That's for sure. See if we can get that 1 hour of that noon bar to close green. We do have a bond auction at 101, guys. Ow, son of a gun. We do have a bond auction at 101. That is a non-contact injury, just over here by myself, hurting myself. Bond auction 101, that could probably don't want to be putting on a brand new trade right at 101, right? Because that could give us a little pop that could fling us around just a little bit, little blip. All right. Some Bob Seger. I don't know where the Bob Seger came from. All right. What did I say? I'm not sure what I said. Workman's comp. Yes, thank you. That's workman's comp right there. Oh. Look, even like chipped a piece of that. Oh, dang. Running against the wind. Thank you. That's not Jackson Brown. That's Bob Seger. That is Bob Seger. You're right. Yep. Okay. You're correct. All right. Okay. Any questions? Anything you guys might have missed? I want to see again. Anybody? Okay. Thanks, Amanda. Sitting here by myself getting injured. Gotta start wearing elbow pads and helmets and stuff when I'm doing the lives. All right. All right, everybody. Have a great afternoon. Yeah, just be safe this afternoon, guys. Oh, and remember, yeah, that 101 bond auction, but then President Trump speaking after market close. So all you Globex people, just be aware that that's going on. All right, there you go. I missed hockey. Exactly. All right, thanks, everybody. You guys the best. Tyler, got us?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Aaron. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to wrap it up here for today. Tomorrow, we'll be back with a longer day. We're going to have the game show after the nooner. So make sure you guys tune in for that. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 8:15 a.m., normal schedule. And I don't think Jordan can be here, so I think it'll be Adidas and I on Trading Live. So we'll see you guys all tomorrow.